He's on the other side of that collapsed building. Go! There! Get him! Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically. Do not let him out of your sight. You must catch him. That's there, you cheat. It still works? 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 Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles. That's there, you cheat. It still works? General! He's headed for the front of the train. After him. Raiden, an unidentified field roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Self-taught, and not half bad. Still. Your technique lacks something. Now I see. You deny your weapon its purpose.
Raiden, are you all right? You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
Gotta try harder than that. Would you want to practice first? Gotta try harder than that.
Raiden, you landed safely, duh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
Control, it's Raiden. I'm on the ground.
Copy, Raiden. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move. That craft isn't equipped with stealth camo. Or octo camo, obviously, since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your pricey new jet damaged, now would we?
Duh. The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, if you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might...
Understood. Some fighting will be necessary, though. I've got electric...
This is not an infiltration mission. There is just... Stay safe. There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborg...
A little welcoming party wouldn't be...
Enough with the attitude. This is no game. Many people are counting on you, and I don't just mean here.
You don't need to remind...
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On Codec is fine. Just be sure you are serious on the...
Yes, sir.
Right then. We are clear...
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike...
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the high...
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against and no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior...
And that includes those...
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostile. In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of...
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs, anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based...
Yeah, sounds pretty standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy. ROEs that only specify who you can engage require two... They make it harder to remain focused.
Duh. This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives. The few that take the other approach, I pity their soldiers the questions they face. Oh, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as hostile...
Copy that.
We have no rules about property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad. Anything standing in your way, trees, streetlights, this is fine. But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the war. Slash at something. You're familiar with your... Then slash it.
Looks like a war zone.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzaev's men showed up. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian... Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city, but they've basically got control of the entire town.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter...
Kev.
Roger that. Desperado Enforcement, LLC.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. It says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts, and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction. They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. Their code names are all wind-themed. The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got custom-made bodies. Collectively, they're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures, too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The pal... Luckily, they've been...
And that...
keeping in...
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and all this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right... Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime... But contact me...
Copy that. Good to hear that.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the... And say...
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty, and it would have been against any typical...
I keep asking myself, where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to...
It just doesn't... Maybe there's some intel I missed. Maybe if I reacted faster.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business.
Ryden, you need to save? No? What's up?
I wanted to follow up on our talk. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants. If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just...
I'm not doing that, Rod. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need...
You're right.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one...
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner.
How? By spilling...
Oh,
Please tell me that was a joke.
What's up? No? Did you need anything?
No, just wanted to hear that.
Oh, save it.
Raiden, shall we review?
Copy that.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with...
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own.
I would indeed.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand. To keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, it will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before...
Basically, harvest their organs before their body...
Rather gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of good...
I may be a citizen, but I've never really thought of...
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose. But what then? Surely you don't identify...
I don't identify with anyone. I'm my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty
Indeed, indeed. These splatter, well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know.
Huh?
The desire to feel fear. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their...
Okay, Doc. I got the gist. Let's see. So these self-repair units and the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal...
Indeed. It is typically a slow process. Not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you will be fine.
Yeah.
Raiden, hello?
Why? Is it different?
We'll get... Modern tech gives us the ability to display assorted... This is referred to...
That's how I can see my Soliton radar and who I'm talking...
Right. But if too much data is presented in this...
Yeah. The codec window's got a bad habit of getting in the way when you drop into...
Of course, of course. Typically, I'd simply call, leaving it to you whether or not to respond. In an emergency, however, that just wouldn't do.
Define emergency.
Yeah. Anyway, cyborg AR designers try to keep the interface as unobtrusive as possible. But there are times when one really does need all that data on display. Now, I know it sounds a bit like augmented reality, but just think of it as an additional dimension to AR.
Okay, fine.
It uses local Soliton radar and XIFF data to do things such as analyze and display enemy position. It also has a starlight scope and thermal goggle functionality for a host of night vision. The entire image is digitally processed, making it much easier to read than earlier thermal goggles.
Yeah, I'd noticed that.
Used in a well-lit area, your perceived brightness will be affected, but it won't hinder vision too much. The same type of sensor is used for all functionality. The data sent out by each one is merged together as part of the digital. All you need to worry about is turning the individual functions on and off.
Sure, Doc.
How is your eye?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes.
Quite right. Quite right. Your eye patch houses an artifact
200 megapixels, huh?
more than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern...
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvement.
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior...
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making...
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong.
Well, I'm very...
I can worry about how I look.
Stay vigilant.
3 years. We've come so far in just 3 short years.
The sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people. And one very able advisor.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Just doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private military companies.
We prefer private security providers, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Yes, well, security can mean many things.
There's...
Take out those hostiles. Raiden, you'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation. Where are you going? Stay on your targets. Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply. Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP. I'll add the limo to your solid down radar. What? They have a metal gear? Shield? Right. Take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows! What? They have a metal gear? Shield? Right. Take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows! Use blade mode to damage its armor. Use your ninja run to deflect those shots. They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a plasma cannon. Yes! Make it wide open! Хорошо. Very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh? He's on the other side of that collapsed building. Go! There! Get him! Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically. Do not let him out of your sight. You must catch him. That damn new Jeep. It still works? Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles. Finish that bastard off! He's heading for the front of the train. After him. Ryder, An unidentified field rotor is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it. Raiden, you landed safely, huh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions. Bastards are using stealth camo to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
Get off!
Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
Looks
Good. As I also
So I-
still do. Hostiles in the low. Try to. Excellent, Raiden. Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment your body.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits.
What? No, I'm not doing...
Get off! Bullseye!
Enemy sighted!
Get off!
He is scared to death, Raiden. Let him know he is safe.
Thank you. I will not forget this.
You're headed out of the operation zone. Head to the waypoint marked on your Soliton radar. Raiden, what are you doing?
Get off!
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
Enemy sighted!
Bullseye! Get off! Get off!
Evade my blows. My savvy warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required. You will die. The savvy warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required. Are we both here only to fight? Bullseye! are merely human and help me. Are we both here only to fight them? Bullseye! I will obliterate your consciousness. Cannot continue.
Whoa.
I got him! pretty stupid to try and hide here.
Looks to me like Russian spies.
We are just...
Well, we can't give away our position.
Waste him. We'll fill out the paperwork later.
No, please. I will...
Enemy sighted!
Get off!
Bullseye!
So that's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode. That's my boy.
Bullseye! Excellent work. Bravo! Excellent work.
You are good.
I got it!
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. Up above you! Up above you!
Boris, I got a visual on Mistral's heading up the force at the
Yes, but I'm not sure how good a commander she is.
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
Oh, I doubt that. She may not like him, but she will follow her orders. She is just the leader on the ground here, I think. Someone else is called...
All right. Say, are they even capable of forming a real government?
History shows it is a much easier thing to take a government. And trying to do all this with PMC soldiers?
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets. Who stands to benefit the most from all this?
Most likely someone with an interest in that refinery. The plant has pipelines connecting with Sochi in Russia and Supsa in Georgia. Crude oil from the Caspian Sea is refined in Sukhumi and then sent...
Oil. I wonder if Dozaev knows he's being used. Then again, I wonder if he'd even care.
What do you think, Dulce? Even your ears could...
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound vibrations to travel.
A pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were...
Yeah, maybe. And there's the problem. Anyway, better I just head over there.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because the more intel we...
Relax, Boris.
Let us... Right then.
Clear enough.
But...
You want...
And no...
And that...
Besides,
So...
Yes.
Yeah, Aro, they make it...
If you... No.
Copy.
We have just anything...
Goes... You get all that? The woman with Dosa.
Yep. The only fee... The name is from... a cold, dry regional wind in...
She French?
Yep. It was a French colony until they declared independence in the early 60s.
Yeah. They were the last French...
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Billets noirs, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France. Although they put a stop to that a while ago.
Yeah. A lot of European countries...
Miss Strahl joined the Foreign Legion to get her citizenship.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first. There was one that served in the North Africa campaign during... Anyway, Miss Strahl's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went... She's officially leading the... Don't have anything on her combat style, but do...
I don't need a reminder.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Sounds like... So, Kev, what... I mean, obviously refining oil, but...
Skip that week in science class, huh? All right, how much do you know already?
Just the basics. They take crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah, and stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Naphtha?
The raw material for ethylene, which is then the raw material for polyethylene and other plastics. Crude oil's used for a lot more than just fuel, you know. These days, it's the core component of just about every chemical product.
Okay.
Crude contains a lot of molecular hydrocarbons and impurities. The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling points. Once the impurities are removed, what's left can be used to make gasoline and so on.
Right. So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on...
All right, cool then. Kevin out.
Kev, let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here. Desperado Enforcement, LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PM...
Looks like it says here their financials are handled by a separate... Probably... They're a...
Sounds...
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. The
Side?
Yep. Yeah, different as... Sorry, man, but I have to ask.
Ugh. Well, I told you where I got Raiden.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name, and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
Mm-hmm. I won't let it happen again. Desperado ends here. Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Ugh.
So, Raiden, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only solid...
Right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah. He saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done. Period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I thought you were gonna start crying.
Vic.
Seriously, though. Did Snake know? Hey, relax. I'm only ribbing you. I just wish I got to...
I know.
You're no fun. Sounds like Imani was a pretty...
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs. But men like him, he had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, but Imani got them all working together in a stable government, and all with...
The savior of a nation.
He had a gift, for sure. Imani single-handedly energized his people.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia, and it was my...
Right.
Imani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of her, but he would want them stopped. And that's
Right. That's saying you...
Yeah. It's why...
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been...
Wouldn't be much point in sending Jack...
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage, and you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI... So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints.
Starting to see where...
I get it, it's just... What about what Sam said? About your...
bullshit. He's good. But now I know how he moves, how he thinks. And my philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him. And I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
One thing I can't stop...
What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me, so...
Good question. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got the details from your report after. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escape...
No.
Well, what does he have to gain?
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Why hasn't the international...
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a... In the eyes of most of the international community...
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen...
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more... Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot...
So what about the US and Russia?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their... I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with... But you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the side. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty.
We're not bound by the same rules as states.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is...
True. And opinions on that change from person to person. But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real money's always a factor, of course. But when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work. All we can do is what we think is right, and anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is...
Agreed.
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it...
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on, they'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved.
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Imani. Is he one of those
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this war man. He's also, well, not the formal head of Let's see. Solid student, decent. Says he fought in Panama. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc. He was active all through the SO. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, the Army investigated him for possible war crimes.
Pretty rosy past.
Hey, come on. You were just a kid. And it's not like...
Yeah. Kev, you
Yeah.
I'll take what I...
Right. Full... He's acting.
Yeah.
His...
Didn't you?
It's there. Anyway.
Would it... Hey, Kev.
Rodrigo... Anyway, after... He... Once...
Not...
This was...
Come on.
That's just not...
I told...
Yeah.
Hey, Kev. You have anything...
It's not Sam headed. So a Jap different.
And that...
Yeah. When it also... point is so...
The...
Sound... One of they say...
Ooh.
Ride it. Head... Ride it.
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. All this monitoring equipment I got. Anyway, but...
Copy.
Yep. And...
Copy.
And...
I keep...
maybe...
You can't...
Riding. No?
I wanted to follow PM if the...
I'm not him. They need X.
You're right. How?
Oh,
Please.
Riding.
Did you...
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess
Didn't seem too...
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold... Those I have looks more...
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism.
Yeah.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier. What about Miss Trupp?
Probably an artificial face, though. So, Miss Straw, have you ever been?
No.
Once, for a consulting job.
I hear it's pretty safe there now, compared to how things...
Yeah, I was able to slip a little... Pretty nice spot for a vacation. 80% of it's the Saharan desert, and wow, it was just like you'd imagine. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath...
Yeah? I thought only a sixth of the Sahara was sandy like that.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, all these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue...
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looked...
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch. Oh, there were a bunch of sweet shops in town, too.
Sounds like you ate your way...
Well, food's an important part of local... I didn't expect to see Mediterranean fish in African cuisine, but it was also fresh, and they'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon...
Sounds like a lot of calories.
I tried to stay active.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me...
Yeah. I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that one. No?
Yeah. You mentioned SOP before.
The Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for controlling contractors. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon. It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing... The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian...
A kinder, gentler, an oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian...
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of... The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms of PMC ops. Mostly American SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war...
More than ever?
And business was booming. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just...
Not bad, Professor.
No,
Let's finish this later.
Need something...
I thought we'd get back to our... What do you know about the...
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global...
And they were right. Except there weren't 12. And they weren't guys. Or...
All the better to gather information on a global scale. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars... The PMCs made billions, too, of... SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down... The system might even still be around if the AIs had...
I'm impressed. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots, more than when they were active. But still, almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP...
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly.
Especially the world leaders. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy.
I'm not surprised. It's a little... All right, then. Hey, Raiden, the Patriots. Why would AI... I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs?
Who knows? Optical neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities, or maybe that's just the way it evolved. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, or so it said. Was that the truth? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. It's terrifying.
But did it really...
Maybe not. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was, demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the U.S. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any...
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world...
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
You know, our last chat got me thinking.
Oh? You come up with this...
Yeah. Let's just...
That's your solution to what? I know you like private security provider, but that'd be PSP. Private military security? PMS?
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more comprehensive. And a bit more awkward too, I guess.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts, or when we're specifically excluding older-style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it. Old habit.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much...
I get your point. Though it did work once before.
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and How much do you know about how
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and...
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air. But it's gotten the U.S. Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered them...
Right. SOP's gone now. But its ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft...
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do...
Heavy-duty encryption. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working...
What happens if they end up on different sides later?
They just generate a new code. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units.
And 99 times out of 100...
Right. Just like with IF, you're a quick study.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done...
Just a little on-the-job training, kid.
Hey, Courtney. Have you...
Georgian, yes, but... I mean, it'd be nice to try it, though.
Huh. Even you?
What do you mean?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine.
Oh, come on. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any...
Okay.
Well, like I said, but yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible...
Georgian wine is famous, after all. Though
They say most of Caucasian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of... Apparently, only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
How are things back at...
Things? Russia is... You know, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess. No, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, Raiden, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right, all right. If you're done, I'm going to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime. By the way, I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor back in Africa.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport, a Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why they bothered with the tilt rotor in the first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile, they have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident-prone, though?
They were. Used to call them Widowmakers. The rotor tech is really complex. There've been a lot of mishaps over the years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
Ah, no wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait, by yourself?
Well, I did have a rocket launcher. Wasn't so tough while it was in hover mode.
I bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
You don't know the half of it.
Raiden, what you said before about...
Glad to hear you
You mentioned it was part of some...
Yeah. I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it After that, I decided to train with the HF Blood. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai. I tore through stacks of books, movies, anything I...
Somehow hard to imagine you settling...
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you know I'm...
Okay, so that's where you picked up this sword...
Yeah. Most of it from a single master named Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of swordsmanship on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. As time went on, Katsujinken incorporated it, or as I like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from... You could frame the same message as use of a necessary evil, but I think it's a good mind...
At least as long as there's fighting that requires us in the first...
Which doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon.
What's up? No? Did you need me?
No, just wanted to hear...
Oh.
Raiden,
Copy that.
as with
Fuel...
press first, as you say, and you...
I would...
But most
So I...
correct keeping it with...
Basic.
Rather...
I may...
Oh, but...
I don't... I'm... Anyway.
Well, it all...
Huh?
Does this fit?
Okay. So...
Indeed.
And you...
Sure.
Healing...
You're...
I know...
And...
I get...
No, Raiden.
That's what the intel... Why?
Indeed. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear...
You can tell that just...
Indeed. After some detailed image analysis, if it is indeed a cyborg Jesse, it is the most advanced. Such technology would not come cheap. It would mean...
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man...
Are you not... How is your eye, right?
Great.
Quite
200...
More where we...
Huh.
No, still.
It...
Regret does...
Works.
Ah.
Stuff. And with...
Well...
I can...
Doctor, yeah.
Only standard military-grade impressive response time and power yield. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without...
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A tip...
If you do say so.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. React cyborg enhanced.
Agreed. Hey, Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit?
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of...
Against the rules of engagement.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements.
Doctor.
Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber. That is a generation. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still...
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversion.
You mean as opposed to partial?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg, where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body.
Beauty?
Both lie in that. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotion.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain
Understood. Doctor, about my pain threshold. It's not painful, but it's still...
Well, your nervous system is still full. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain...
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, Well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use it? I'm not gonna run across anyone.
An excellent... They do not need replacing after a single use.
That much I...
Yes, that. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own... However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same...
That's good news.
Why, all this... It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale...
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has... My apologies, Raiden. I realized...
Didn't we?
CNT drove major innovations in the field. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous previously organic polymers or but the advancement of CNT this meant the same size UGs could be equipped with the redesigned Metal Gear.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles...
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite as an evolution of this concept. The UG is now in direct competition with the and the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, do not underestimate any you might...
Copy that.
Doc, all the UG time.
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The pipe, I must confess, I have not followed the field closely as of late. Since Metal Gear A, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers. So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage of a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all quite possible, I assure you. Just consider the possibilities. A humanoid frame for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits. So, yes, I suppose as UGs become smaller and smarter, they could... I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but...
One thing about fighting these...
Oh?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, at least against SOP troops. You never forgot they... It starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears.
Intriguing. There is no reason to avoid this topic. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you... I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet...
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget him.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be, even if respiration is disabled. And the cyborg would enter a state.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborg.
But Desperado cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe. In any case, it is unfortunate. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have...
We'll never know. Besides, I doubt anyone would accept. Exactly.
Brighton, something I meant to ask in our last... I can understand one might be leery...
I'll pass. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole...
And...
Decisions are about more than lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use
An understandable perspective. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated, but this entire area of the brain is known to
Well?
But another argument can be made, that it is immoral.
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. They'd say we used brute force to impose...
Yes.
Abuse of emotion, suppressing fear tends to boost aggression.
True, achieve...
But on the other hand, it makes it possible even a child can become a bomb just...
Yes, it is very likely that this...
Hey, Doc. Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were...
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals...
Indeed. Brain-jacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must...
You can't just implant an idea, like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, the pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah, I get that.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize...
But anyone looks really closely.
Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend.
Good. The idea of AI, at least I'll be able to tell if it happens. So, Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's...
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brain...
There have been attempts at such things, but the connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that... For example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you were the great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you were both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in the left.
So you can just sit back and...
Well, it's not always. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person.
Can't you automate?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears, or if... But the process is not perfect. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden?
Yeah. I have to say, Doc, It's almost...
Oh, but that's...
You think?
I do. With nanomachines, they are much more than smaller versions. A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long. These devices must be crafted at the
Okay, Doc.
It is, however, not boosting strength or resilience after all.
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, not necessarily. Natural means can if the human race is to truly evolve. Cyborg technology seems... But then, who knows? A revolution...
Doc, I'm...
Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take... Most likely they...
So they die even though their brains could be transferred?
I understand your concern, Raiden. But I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated.
Right.
You should be more concerned with the potential for data loss in these. They could damage or even erase the holographic memory. And though to think on it, the data is most likely just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave, you know.
Yeah.
You must remove the hands before their critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left. Raiden, have I told you of...
Several times.
It was the Cold War. It was a magical time. Secret research. Top secret, you know. I was young then. Working, always working. Most nights I would sleep. I call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But well. In any case, after unification...
Sounds rough.
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prostheses hadn't artificial limbs were crude props then, you know. They were hardly functional. If you lost the key, it was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics. So, I contacted a prosthesis laboratory. Patents filed in my name made quite a bit of money, you know. Soon I was made the head of my own lab.
And that's when you started
Indeed. From contractors who'd been referred by their employers, to be exact. Workers from your industry quickly became... But my field was never full body conversions. You can imagine...
Yeah. Our previous cybernetics maintenance...
But I built on my knowledge, and now consider myself an expert on all cyborgs, but...
Glad I...
Yes, I should think we have both... Which reminds me, do not forget our other arrangement.
Got it.
Raiden, the mist...
That's what the intel... Why?
Indeed, based on their movements.
You can...
Indeed. After some detailed image analysis, I am able... If it is indeed a cyborg, Jesse, such technology would not come cheap. It would...
Probably. As far as Mistral goes...
Raiden, the mist...
That's what... Why?
Indeed, based on...
You...
And if it is such...
Probably. As far...
Up above you!
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the
So what? It's a sheer drop?
No, it was only... There should be a narrow path. It is protected by a fence. But
Probably.
don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there. Watch out! They keep on coming! Watch out! They keep on coming!
Get off!
Dolcev and his team must be in here. Find him. Raiden, wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
No one calls me that anymore. Those I have.
Something special just for you. Ready to slice off some more? I am starting to enjoy this. present from you. Do not be shy. You know you love me. Boy. It is over. Don't fuck with me, boy.
Mistro, report! You're not...
Dying. I am... You...
Shit.
It's Raiden. I'm in the sewer system.
All right, your mission, according to FY. Tell me, we need, of course.
So,
yep, fine.
Nope.
Right.
Do we have, like...
It's first, oh, right.
Black?
Maybe just...
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation. Right. Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Take out that UG quick. Don't attract too much attention down there. Bullseye!
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
Get off!
avoid the sewers.
¿Estás bien?
So,
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
there's something. It sounds like if a...
that, so,
I made sure the...
sure. You just, if what he...
A good...
the activity ahead. It is possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
They're not going to make it easy to get into that lab. Is there some way you could sneak past? It's box. How's that going to help? Oh, it's for medical supplies. That could work, actually.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. You're under attack! Keep on coming. Good, Raiden. Very good.
Raiden, I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information. It is marked on your Soliton radar. Raiden, I have determined the approximate location of the lab.
It's riding. I'm in the sewer system.
All right, your mission, according to FY. Tell me, we need.
So I'm...
Yep, fine.
Nope.
Right.
Do we...
No,
like...
it's first. Oh, right.
Black?
Maybe.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation. Right. Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Better take out that UG quick. Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Get off!
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary. Right. There is a boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in sewers. Right. There is a boy in these 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 sewers. boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in sewers. Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
and today this game for buying through the level until you in it. When you now this will in the very beginning comments.
Video description is gonna take 6,000. Now look at this. If I press F8, this is what will happen. Trainer. Now look at this. I have, once you activate it, let's go. You will need to download the trainer from the video description.
Front here with a video of those useful a large hollow chip. All you have to do. This method can be done anytime you find useful upgrades to still buy. This method can be done anytime you find a large hollow chip. All you have to do is simple. Pick up the hollow chip, use the codec to call Courtney, and save. Then restart from the checkpoint and you'll be able to pick up the hollow chip again. As I said, anywhere that you can find a large hollow chip will work for this, but one of the best spots is in the first chapter after the prologue, Coup d'etat. Once you reach this area with the Ferris wheel, turn left and then hop up to the ruined building to find a chest with a large hollow chip. This is a great spot because the checkpoint should put you really close to the chest without any enemies to have to deal with in between. Thanks for videos, and please.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
can't believe Dolzaev blew himself up.
Pretty common. It's one
You gotta...
in a...
Yeah.
If that's...
How...
Well, the could...
So, sound...
Yeah.
Still...
Yeah.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
Pretty... It's one...
You gotta...
in a...
Yeah.
If that's...
How...
Well, the could...
So, sound...
Yeah.
Still...
Yeah.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
Pretty. It's one.
You gotta.
You know.
Yeah.
If it,
How?
well, it could.
So.
Yeah.
Still not.
Yeah.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers. Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
the...
Yeah.
God.
If a...
You should be able to review. That would give us the...
So,
I made
sure, you just... If what he said is true...
Agree.
Activity ahead. It is possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
They're not going to make it easy to get into that lab. Is there some way you can sneak past? It's a box. How's that going to help? Oh, it's for medical supplies. That could work, actually.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. You're under attack! We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. You're under attack! Keep on coming. intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. You're under attack! We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
I can't believe what. Guess I should.
Yes.
Are you gonna?
No other.
I'll try.
Thanks.
At least I. Okay. Save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
You're under attack! They keep on coming! Good, Raiden. Very good.
I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information. It is marked on your Soliton radar.
well hidden, I gotta say.
Get off!
Ah, you should...
And some...
Perhaps. It must... Simply... You should...
All right. Let's...
Right. I thought you said stealth.
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty. Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty. Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
Get off!
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
Bullseye! Get off!
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
Get off!
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
If they continue to increase security, they may shut out all outside network connections. Please do your best to avoid being seen.
I got him! Get off! Found it! Contact! Bullseye! Get off! Bullseye! Get off! Found it! Bullseye! Get off! Bullseye! Get off! What? Contact!
Is it for now?
Those were cyber... Jordan...
Yes, perhaps.
Jeez.
Wait, you said...
Yeah. We've got any up. He just...
True.
I bet...
It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
These guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire.
Try latching onto Cyborg's heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious. Haha, splendid! It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
These guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just...
Try latching onto Cyborg's heads from behind. Then, an electric... Haha, splendid! It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
These guys are pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire.
Try latching onto Cyborg's heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious. Raiden, I found something. In one of the Sentry Cyborg's visual logs. Guess who shows up?
Patch it through.
Right away.
Then send us what you do.
You see that, Kev? Inmani's killer.
Desperado's chief of operations goes... by Sundowner, the Californian wildfire.
The kids.
Think we're too late?
Only one way to find out. There what about...
I'll find...
Right.
Bullseye! Get off!
Bad news, Raiden. We can't find Jewel.
What?
Maybe the core...
No way. You think...
I don't...
Thanks.
This bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back. Bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back. This bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back. This bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back. Then switch to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now. It has switched to biped mode. Careful. It is whole new battle now.
I knew I'd see Stephen R. They're already
World
the big, not to
Marshal.
headline. This is World Marshal and a U.S. They won't even.
So you heard them. We need
No column.
I didn't. We'll figure.
Jesus.
They must.
What do you-
It can. You can preserve an.
So what?
You had best hurry, right?
Right.
Get off!
The road is blocked by barricades. We will proceed through the buildings. You will follow me. wrong way. Follow me. Raiden, I am heading through the building on the opposite side of the street. Follow me.
Get off!
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them. We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them.
Get off! Bullseye!
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them.
Get off! Bullseye!
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them.
Get off! Bullseye!
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them. We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Here comes more of them.
Get off! Bullseye! Get off!
That is the wrong way. Follow me.
Raiden, what's your status?
They trashed my car.
You're...
Look, I'm companies like
Raiden.
board. They'll be set. We can. You saw I can.
So you
just
doctor.
You
and you're
there in Rose.
You do? They.
Yeah.
Well then, no. I'll do. I do not.
Yes, Tovarищ.
Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters. Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters. Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters. Raiden, you will find an elevator inside that office. Use it to reach the roof. Traveling atop buildings will minimize enemy encounters.
Bullseye!
Doc.
We should.
You should.
Even so simple. I must say, so well, there is.
Revengance.
Raiden! Raiden!
Get off! Get off!
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden! Damn it! Damn it! Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Watch it!
Bullseye! Dead on! Get off!
This cannot be! Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this!
Get off! Bullseye! Get off!
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Get some! Get some! Get some!
Get off!